Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back to finish up the Platinum Trophy for Forspoken. So right now, I need about 14 points of interest on the map, and I am currently by one that I need to do right now. Actually, make that 2. And I did look up a lot of the equipment that I'm still missing to figure out where those are.
Love you.
You could take the covers with you as a souvenir.
Blanket cloak? Oh yeah, I like that.
So pretty much today is just going to be me finishing up the last handful of things that I have to actually do.
Woo! Perfect 10!
Well, that only depends on what we're judging you on. You're starting to cover some impressive distances.
I am pretty amazing, huh?
That was unfortunate. Yeah, but other than that, other than the 14-ish points of interest, I just need to fight 2 super bosses, and then finish up the last few things around town, which shouldn't be too rough. I'm gonna try to get the hotspots first.
Wait, I know this feeling.
Because
One of my many skills. Yeah.
specifically I'm gonna go for the hotspots first because that's the big thing that I need other than leveling up all the magic. Speaking of which, after I grab this, I should probably check what magic quests I have now. Better healing effects. So right now I have compensation, which is just charge surge magic 50 times. Build up power and deal critical hits while using inundation. And build up power and damage enemies using the water super. So 2 buff ones and do damage with the super. So I think it's probably going to be best to go for the labyrinth first. So yeah, after I get the points of interest that give me the required equipment, I should probably have around 9 or 10 things left to do, where I just have to pick a random cave and go clear it out.
Let's hope it's particularly shiny.
Yes.
Not bad.
Found a nugget.
Can't time me down.
Which magic schools had the ones I need? So I need water and thunder.
I can literally see my wounds healing.
Behold the power of restorative magic.
Oh look, more asses to kick.
Do it quickly so we can move on. You seem very focused all of a sudden.
Yeah, feeling super sharp.
I guess that's 250 damage for that one.
I don't like the look of this.
more time for compensation. Maybe I go
Time for a little target
Fanbolt.
practice. What do you think I am?
And super.
I'd say now's the time to strike.
No shit.
2,000 left for that one.
Get in there. Oh, come on. Yup.
Inundation's back up.
Alright, let's go. Ah. Bullseye. Alright.
That's quite fun.
Ah.
That one actually seemed to charge very fast. That should be a really quick one to get. Assuming I don't die.
What the hell not?
This could really help us turn
Then
the
that
tables,
one is
Ray.
just
Better get my dodge on.
charge up surge magic, which I should be doing anyway.
Can't we wait just a little longer?
No, I fucking can't. Try this cup. Quick taste?
You really are too.
Seriously? I guess I could sprinkle some on you. Aw, yeah.
Think it wore off. Never mind.
Like that. Yeah.
So I didn't realize what enemies I knocked out.
Woo. Let it fly.
It seems like the one that builds surge magic does take quite a bit to charge. A lot of random projectiles happening.
Felt that. Whoa.
And they really
Getting old.
are going for spits.
I was just starting to enjoy myself.
And have my super ready for the next fight. Actually, inundation lasts a lot longer than I thought. I can basically have it up
I
forever.
wouldn't say good exactly. You seem to have wrapped that up nicely. Happy to soldier on.
Okay, done with that one. So next through my fight, I need to immediately open up with a super. If I get the damage of the super, then I can just commit to
Yeah,
lightning mode
I'll
to get the
survive.
last one. That'll be another 3 quests done.
Thinking I could use something like this.
As long as you use it wisely.
And if all the magic goes that smoothly, then this will be a very quick platinum. Because those are the only things that I'm still relatively worried about.
Yes.
Was this labyrinth only 2 rooms?
Whoa, look at that thing.
Ah, yes. Good luck.
Oh.
Doesn't seem like I can use that there.
Yep.
Which is a slight problem for me.
Coming. That's not doing much. Okay.
Oh, let's go to lightning.
Got you on your toes now. Nice.
They seem to have very low health. Once the compensation's done.
These things take time, Fred.
Oh, please. Yeah.
And I got him.
Glitched all of a sudden.
And feeling it too. Whoa.
Okay, so that's 2 of 3 missions out of the way.
That is because I fucking am. Woo!
It doesn't seem like there's anywhere else to go. And I guess that wasn't a boss room, that was just... they converted one of the usual bosses into a mini-boss. The downside there is I did waste my super, but I got the other quest done instead.
Nice.
It is rather, isn't it?
Why am I not surprised?
And why are there so many of them?
Nope. No. Oh, stop flapping around and let me fight you.
We could always try bringing them to the ground. Feeling good?
Better than good. I feel unstoppable.
Perhaps it really attacks better than using me to fend them off.
That might have been a little bit too much damage for that.
More in the bag.
Never mind, just finished.
Gotcha.
The advantage
It goes up and they run into it.
Look out!
Think I might be getting a taste of this stuff.
There are worse habits, I think.
Right in the sweet spot. Ugh.
Well, that was
And I got him.
good enough.
Okay, so 3 more magic quests done. Also, apparently I have 43 magic points to spend, which I should just do that now. I think I leveled up at some point and didn't realize it. L1, R1, and triangle. I need 9 points to get compulsion. And I still need to get fire trap. So water I'm surprisingly close to maxing out because I just need these 2 rows. And then there's one other spot here, which is a very easy one. Or at least the ability's easy to use. I think I just leveled up and I just didn't realize it. Like right now.
You can use that to heal yourself.
Good. Something tells me I'll need it.
No other doorways, so I guess I gotta go this way. And now I can just use any magic school.
What? Why are there so many of them?
We've been spotted.
Shit, fuck, shit. Huh. There it is.
They are very low health,
This ought to be good.
like the other one.
Try this. Wow. Feel lighter on my feet somehow.
The magic's protecting you. Make the most of it.
All right.
There's one.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Huh. Take that. Yeah. Gotcha.
Easy fight.
Ooh, nice find.
Better make sure there's no other random doors. Nothing over there. And nothing over there. This feels like a challenge that I was supposed to do earlier on, and it was supposed to be more impactful, but I'm so overpowered now that I'm effectively two-shotting most of these mini-boss enemies.
Well, do something.
Come on. Just give up.
Downside here is there's two schools that they're weak against.
My ace in the hole.
Blessed by magical healing
The
power.
bears are weak to fire.
Gotta say, it feels
The
pretty
charging guys are weak to
damn. Woo,
lightning.
there. Oh, damn. Let's turn up the heat.
So I think I need to get rid of the bears first.
You pissed off the wrong Tonka. Yep.
Are you sure you're feeling fighting fit?
I'm assuming Rock's not really good against any of them, but I would rather just get the extra damage up.
Oh, this. Ah! Try this.
Yes, very solidly constructed. I approve.
Nothing's gonna touch me now. Too spicy for ya?
This
But I
looks
just
like a big
cannot get a break with that super.
Yeah. Just thinking I could use something like this. Can't afford to get hit.
You really can't. Stay on your toes.
Ooh, felt that.
Let's
This'll
maybe
do it. Yeah.
do a lot of damage there.
Agreed. Ugh. Oh, you missed. That's not doing much. Wanna play hide and seek? Try this besides.
See if I can get a big hit here.
All set. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. That's it.
And I got him.
That's it.
I suppose it is.
Woohoo,
So
that
nicely at the pace I'm going,
Quite fancy a little taste myself.
at the end of this labyrinth I'll probably have enough points to buy most, if not all, of the remaining magic. And then it'll just be actually leveling them all up. Which, given the amount of things I have left to do, should not be much of a problem.
Yo, this room is way over capacity. Get in there.
I forgot what they're weak to. They are weak to fire.
You okay, Pup? This'll do it.
Try a little evasive action. If it goes well,
I'll be able to kick ass even harder, right? Ah! My ace in the hole. Let's get back in this. Bullseye.
put this all together.
And I'm dead.
No. No, no.
So the only rough part about 3 dragons is that they tend to be very aggressive, and also they did make melee the one thing they're weak against, and it's the one thing they focus on.
Yo, this room is way over capacity.
Time to thin things out a little.
This up.
I need you to listen to me, Frey.
Yeah, no need. Get the fuck out of here, right? Coming.
Like they all do dives,
Too soon.
You think?
then they do area of effects,
And we're back.
I don't like the look of this.
Right in the sweet spot.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman? We got this. Ready for this? Ah!
maybe time to go back to spear just to deal with at least a couple of these.
All right, let's go. Ah! Ah! Much obliged.
Didn't get the full super off.
Undo. Woo, feels like I can breathe easy all of a sudden.
I'm very happy for you.
Nope, not working. Oh. Got you on your toes now. Ah,
It's, thinking unblockable.
feel lighter on my feet somehow.
The magic's protecting you. Make the most of it.
Get tornado up.
Smoking. Ah! Right on the money.
And I got him.
Giving myself A for effort on that one.
And another level up.
And so you should. Top marks.
So yeah, there's only 2 spells left, and 40 points is enough to buy both of them. So all I need left now is Fire Trap, which is 15 points away. How is there still so much more Labyrinth left? Like, is this intended to be the final Labyrinth? Because seems like it's an amalgamation of everything I've encountered in Labyrinths before.
Just thinking I could use something like this.
As long as you use it wisely.
Did I just go completely backwards? I did lose track of where I actually was, but I didn't think the doors closed behind me. Is this the end, or is this another mini-boss? It's looking like another boss, because I think that was a spot for firewood.
Fuck that thing, fuck that, fuck everything about this place.
No more complaining. It's time to prove yourself, Ray.
Yup. Ah. This'll do it. My ace in the hole. Oh, Oles.
They are vulnerable to that.
This ought to be good. That's not doing much. Try this for size.
Health-wise, they don't seem too bad.
This could really help us turn the tables, Ray.
Better get my dodge on.
Don't like them chaining unblockables. That seems unfair. So I can't get away.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Look out!
How about this? Uh-oh.
It did just hit me with a big old fireball.
Okay. There it is. All set. Like that.
They have a surprising amount of health compared to the other
Your
rooms.
wounds are healing.
Yeah, pretty handy, huh? Oh, damn. Oh, this. Ah.
Another fireball coming in.
Gotcha.
fireball.
That gotta hurt.
One super might take out the two big ones.
This is getting old.
And I got him.
I was just starting to enjoy this.
Okay, now just for the boss.
Yup.
They are resistant to that, so don't use that.
You're gonna love this. Stay the fuck back. This'll.
Well, that's
Actually didn't need to use that, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, should help us get around a little easier. That'll do it. This should do the trick.
how do you feel?
Boosted crit might not be the worst.
Like everything's crystal clear. It's fucking awesome. All right.
Guess I'll try to get higher up.
There are nasties lurking about the place.
Better keep it close.
Feeling good.
I need to
Better than
go
good.
heal
I
this
feel
poison.
unstoppable. Try this besides.
I think that was a whiff.
Yup. I am fucking invincible.
How hubristic of you to say so.
Yeah. Right in the sweet spot.
I was gonna try to get my free guard up.
Ah, come on.
The best things come to those who wait.
I think I'm too high for their tornadoes.
Ready for this? Whoa.
But I also don't think there's any way for my super to reach them unless they dive.
You know, it's the effort that counts.
Thanks. I got a gold star.
Well, it started, but they
You
left.
might want to run. Yeah.
Let's rebuff that, rebuff that,
Good shot.
get Snake up.
Look out!
Enjoy. Yeah. Fuck.
I'm a bit proud of that tornado
Guess that
placement,
went pretty well, all things considered.
I'll say, can't believe.
and I can buy the last spell. Okay, another trophy done.
You won.
I'd be insulted, but I'm a little surprised myself.
Now now level ups and magic do nothing for me. Feels like I took too many steps. Still feels like I'm taking too many steps. Actually, apparently I can use mana to unlock it if I don't want to do it. I did not realize that was an option until just now, because I never bothered to look over there. Yeah, might as well. I have nothing else to do with mana, so let's just do that.
I think that one might have melted my brain.
You've done us both proud with your lock picking.
And also, I don't need coins anymore, really. The only thing they give me is optional stuff. Like crafting I'll never use, or decorations for the house. And more magic bag. Which I think pretty much restored all the magic I just spent on that. And finally done with this labyrinth.
Wonder what stories you've got to tell.
So I guess for the sake of time, if I run into any more locked chests like that, unless it's like a 3-move one, I'll just pop those.
Don't worry, I think I got a handle on him.
If you still believe you'll defeat me, I suggest you keep dreaming.
Got Veriment, boosts various stat attributes when health is very low. If I get like 2 more archive points, I should be done with another trophy. Which just means picking up any 2 pieces of gear. But for now, let's get more magic quests.
Could probably chill here for a while.
Wonderful. I, for one, can't wait to take...
I have 3 slots open, so I should go for a full set. Build up power and damage enemies, hit a mace from midair. 5 enemies within 2 seconds. Or I can go for the super, which is 3 more enemies with a single strike. Defeat the final enemy in a battle. Build up power and damage enemies. All very easy ones. Definitely want to focus on a combo. Defeat 3 enemies. Defeat enemies that are vulnerable to the type. 10 or more in a single strike. Strike enemies from afar. Build up power and inflict critical blows. I think I'm about to enter a fortress, so I should focus on an area of effect one. But I don't think it'll be a good one to go for thunder, so let's do this one. So I need to hit 10 or more enemies with 1 shot, and then defeat 15 who are vulnerable to it.
Load off.
And I'll be done with that.
Take a load of what? minutes.
Bunch of buffs I can craft. Anything else I can upgrade? Green magic. Maxed out purple magic for my necklace. Good time to get blue magic up because I will be using that for this. And onto the next fortress, which is just north of here.
We off to today then?
Not sure yet.
No plan? Don't you think you ought to make one?
I wonder if there's anybody here.
Shut up. It's freaking me out.
Well, do something.
So there are definitely
That!
10 or more enemies here. Question is, can I get them all to line up?
Being attacked better than using me to fend them off.
Aw. Worried you might get a little scratch?
And more specifically, line up in a way where I can actually hit them.
My ace in the hole! This'll do it. Ha! Ah!
I have a lot of just random range hits, which I really don't like for this. And they are very mobile.
This'll do it.
Are you alright?
Do I look alright? Got you on your toes now.
This might not be the most ideal group to do it on just because they're too spread out. I can't get 10 of them to stay grouped up.
Bring it! You need to try this coffee. Good taste?
You really are too.
Wait, seriously?
I guess next question is, are any of them vulnerable to water?
Here it comes.
I can definitely get the 3.
How'd you like this?
Really seems like I should be able to get the 3.
Boundaries. Well, what do you think? Oh, never mind. Ah!
Maybe inundation.
I'm in a one-hit kill kind of mood.
Well, feel free to demonstrate.
Try this for size.
They are apparently immune to that.
Time to strike.
No
And none of these are vulnerable, so although I did get the 3-on-1, I think I'm better off just going for the finish here.
Yep. Got one for ya.
Better than nothing, I suppose.
Because there's
I'll be the judge of that.
definitely no way that these last 3 enemies are all going to group up for me to get the win.
Yeah. Oh. Heads up. Oh, damn.
Imagine I could find like groups of zombies that would be really good to use the bow on. Nails I thought to call the power of its ancestors increases damage dealt based on number of spells
Whoa,
learned.
that was a lot.
So theoretically those should be very good, but I also don't know if it's worthwhile to swap.
Seems to be very reassuring. Nice.
And that should be everything over here. So the next thing I want to do is to go get one of the armor pieces that I missed that I looked up before starting. In the Path of Glory.
Why are we here again?
Please tell me you're joking.
I need to head straight south.
No.
There is a big group of zombies there, so I might get part of it. I want to do the bow here.
Don't worry, this will be quick.
I do hope so.
There's not 10 of them though.
Ooh, felt that.
Get out of the way. You're too close, for goodness sake.
I can't help it. They're so fucking clingy.
Tired of that little performance?
I need one group of 3
Hey, I'm always
with a single
tired.
strike.
All's well then. Wonderful.
And also if I run by a village or anything, I might as well do it because I'm almost done with that. And I'm pretty sure I won't have enough to do all of them just from armor.
Very much in the room. Thanks.
This looks like a big one.
This might not be the worst spot for this one, other than most of the enemies are birds.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield. I think I might be getting a taste for this stuff.
There are worse habits, I suppose.
That's not 10.
Embrace the flames.
I also apparently didn't get 3 out of that. How did I go to fire?
Okay. All right.
Or at least I'll be able to get the vulnerable enemies.
Yeah. Bring in the pain. There it is.
Probably not all of them, but at least a third of them.
Get in there.
I feel like quite enough to save this baby.
And I got it. Suddenly reinforcements. I mean, I guess that gives me more birds to take out, but...
Man, give it up, will you?
Where did they even come from?
And the goat is resistant.
Oh. Good, right?
Didn't say good exactly.
There's one bird left. And
Yeah.
okay, got the goats, but it also didn't count for anything.
This'll do it. Oh, this. Enjoy. Yup. Oh. Getting kind of.
And I got him.
Big breather.
This should come in handy. No monsters here, huh?
Are you hoping for a little exercise?
You really don't know me.
I don't think I got enough to finish up either of any of the bow
Escaped in
quests.
one piece. Thank goodness for that.
But that's not the main reason I'm here. So I just need to keep heading south into this area.
Yeah. Doubt that thing will still be standing next time we're here.
I'm gonna
Feel free to
guess
stop and say a last goodbye.
it's the big fogged off area.
What one might call a gaggle of troublemakers.
The weak ones hunt in packs, huh?
I don't think that's 10 enemies there, but it might be.
Oh. Can't afford to get hit.
I don't think there was enough.
Stay on your toes.
But I did get 3 enemies in a single strike.
Income.
So first one of those done. So I just need 5 enemies who are vulnerable, and to hit 10 enemies at the same time. I think I remember the good spot for zombies if I need to get the 10 at a time. Okay, and there's a nail design here. This is required. This is also just a bunch of slow humanoid enemies, so this might be my spot to get 10 enemies in a row.
Think we might need to take a step back.
I couldn't agree more.
Assuming I can get it lined up properly.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a guy like you makes such
Alright,
a
that's
good
not 10.
Okay.
This is interesting.
Kinda weird, huh? This stuff could kill your attitude, huh?
Pairing that also wasn't 10.
Oh,
And now there's just not enough.
oh, come on! Got him. Gotcha.
I did briefly forget that they just kind of teleport, because I thought I got the other ones.
Oh.
Got Archivist, because I got enough lore pieces. Occasionally cause attack magic spells, charge beyond certain levels to set foes on fire.
Fair to
Don't need to
middling,
worry about
I
that one.
suppose.
I'll give you middling, asshole.
Not the most impressive find.
Hey, freebie's a freebie.
Okay. So I still need 10 enemies in a row. There's no way I'm gonna get it off of the guild. And there's nothing else in this area. I think this is where all the zombies were.
Journey's end.
And I still need 4 vulnerable enemies. So if I find like 4 birds,
Wow,
I just
that
need to take
was
them out with a bow.
This should be easy enough.
If only that were true of every battle.
Oh. Yep.
That's definitely less than 10.
Huh? Ah! Oh. Right. Is that really it?
10 or more enemies 3 times is surprisingly rough.
Maybe a little.
Mostly just because I have to find a spot that both has 10 enemies and also make sure to get the attack actually off.
Ah!
Nothing but small fry.
No complaints here. Uh-oh.
You seem to have wrapped that up nicely.
Got the 15 vulnerable. Feel like I've gone too far from the spot that I was thinking of. And maybe I just grab 2 random spells for now, since I'm right at
Onward and
refuge.
upward. Time to curl up.
This one is defeat 10 enemies. This one is heal myself a certain amount. Fire projectiles and magical light of foes as you move at high speed. So basically this one's just use this one a bunch. Sure, why not?
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Let's get a heal and more potions. So I think I have less than 10 points of interest that I have to do, not counting the 2 world bosses.
Think I might go back to sleep.
But I've only just woken you up.
Main thing right now is just,
Another day's adventure awaits.
can I find a place with 10 enemies to use this hit?
Forgive me for trying to lighten the mood.
That does look to be more than 10.
Who cares? We just need to fight our way out.
Well, do something.
Yeah. Ready?
Assuming I can get a full charge off before one of them randomly slaps me.
Yeah.
More in the bag.
And I got it.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the zone.
Let's get to work then, eh?
Try this for size.
Blessed by magical healing powers.
Gotta say, it feels pretty damn good.
Build up power and strike enemies within 10 seconds.
We got this.
I don't fully know what that means, because I know it means I need to do 1,000 damage.
Ugh, get the fuck back.
At least somebody loves you.
My ace in the hole. Whoa. Hey. Eat it. Should we just run?
Don't be silly. You can do it.
That feels like it was gonna be the easiest way to get that one, and it's not giving me 1,000. So either I'm just purely not doing enough damage, or I'm doing it wrong. Also, I did grab the trophy guide before I started, just so I have a resource if I need to like hunt down a very specific one. So maybe I just take a peek at that. Okay, so I just read it and it basically said I'm just not strong enough,
Seems like a good place to
or I need to
take a
use it
rest.
against enemies that are weak to it.
Well, look who's starting to understand where humans can and can't sleep.
Rather a niche skill, I'd imagine. But thank you.
So the other option it said is to just buff green magic until it gets to a point where it does enough damage. So I should just
Gotta stay in it.
use this to passively heal until I hit the 500 mark. I did forget to grab a new quest.
Got some time to kill.
The question is, what do I grab now? I can either keep going green magic to try to buff it so that I get through this quest quicker. I could finish up fire magic, or I just grab something random from the water tree. Defeat 10 enemies is fairly easy. What is this one? Another attack downed enemies. I kinda hate it. I think I need to do this one right now. Because I didn't realize there was another downed one. The problem with downed one is I do too much damage. So I need to unequip all my armor. And this is actually the best spot for this one. Other than the enemies are too weak to actually try it. Can't fast travel during battle. I see some more zombies over here. Maybe I try one of these.
Much obliged.
Well, finish the job.
This'll do it.
The downside is that's currently the best way to do that is to do it one at a time with a kick.
We're here.
That really was miraculously fast.
Did fast travel respawn all of them? Yes, it did.
Ah, yeah.
Get out of the way.
Okay, so I don't one-shot them with my Kuru when I have no gear on.
All right.
Do you think you might consider getting his a little less?
What do you think I am? Woohoo, that hits the spot.
Fortunately, I didn't hit the downed enemy.
Yup. Let's see what we got. Thank you, Sila. Ha! Huh.
So the ideal here is that I get a 2 charge, which can knock them down. And then if I hit like multiple of them with a single hit, then it's perfect. But I also need to wait for it to recharge.
Okay. This'll do it. Okay. Ooh, feel all fuzzy.
How charmingly imprecise.
Almost charge back up.
One, two, three, four.
You're counting them wide?
Trying to figure out a good, reliable charge amount to knock him down.
Heads up.
The problem I'm seeing right now is I'm not getting as many knockdowns as I'd like.
It's not much, but you never know.
Might want to run.
Maybe I go for shield and see if that
This
works.
ought to be good. Sorry, not sorry.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? Ah! Oh, yeah. Ah! Woo! Time for my favorite. Back off. My ace in the hole.
Guess I'll take that one.
Time for a few words of wisdom from yours truly, perhaps.
Literally the last thing I need.
I could just stall. 'Cause I think there's still at least a few who are in range, right? They could get knocked down.
This'll do it.
So I just need to get 5 in total.
Lend me your strength, Scylla.
I think I want to wait to see when that finishes recharging, though.
Try this for size.
Other than I should keep using Sublimination whenever it's up, because it does not heal as much as I would like. And I need to get 500 total healing. They should recharge about the same time, so maybe I just go for this one first.
Oh,
That one's ready.
yeah. Here it comes. More? How is this fair?
I'm not sure they're ready for this time either. Look out!
Hey, there's one. Definitely feel like there has to be at least one more in there who's probably able to get knocked down. If I had more damage, I would go for the hide and seek, but I just don't think I can right now. I think I need to like wait till I'm fighting one of those larger enemies who are vulnerable, so I can try to get 1,000 damage on them.
Okay.
Or I just need to focus only on leveling up green magic whenever I go to a crafting table,
They may be
which is
weak,
not the
but
worst
man,
option,
there's a lot of them.
Well, strength in numbers.
because that is where most of my spells are for leveling.
I can literally see my wounds healing.
Behold the power of restorative magic.
If I could get a double here, that would be great, but I kinda doubt it.
Yup.
Okay, it's ready.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, what he said.
Looks as
avoiding attacks would be better than using me to fend them off.
Aw,
Those
worried
went
you might get a
down.
little scratch. Yeah. We got this.
Didn't mean to do that.
Ready?
Try this for size.
Okay.
This one's free.
So I am gonna need to respawn either that group or look for a single enemy somewhere else. Either way should work.
Time to perfection.
Like here's one zombie all by themselves,
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped
and
up
I can
pretty
just
quickly.
wait until this recharges to go for a kick.
No sweat.
I just kind of wanted to see if 2 one-charge hits got knocked them down or if it killed them, and apparently it kills them. They are too weak to deal with. At least that way.
My ace in the hole.
Another one for the books.
And I got it.
My ace in the hole.
Okay, so that's one of the more annoying ones out of the way that I didn't know I had. And that's fire magic completely done. So now I just need water and lightning.
Do I look stronger? Because I definitely feel stronger.
So I think the move right now is to focus on lightning,
In the mood
because I have one that's determined by how much damage I can do. And water has an ability that I very frequently use left, other than this one bubble, which is not one I'm worried about. Strikes enemies 6 times within 2 seconds. Defeat enemies that are vulnerable. This one's gonna be harder.
Challenge accepted.
And now I can put my armor back on.
You feel that? My magic just got a serious boost.
Glad to hear it. Shall we find a victim to try it out on?
Yeah, right now I need to really level up green magic, which requires whatever those clusters are. I'm assuming I can't craft them. I can, but is it worth it? Probably. So hopefully that got out of the way most of the grindy part. Because the rest I can probably get while doing other stuff. Maybe I just step out and let the heal do work.
Very ladylike.
What, I can't even yawn now?
But I do need to probably go somewhere else, because I should be good here. So my options now are to keep working on the armor pieces, or I can go for world boss. I'm leaning armor pieces because I would rather fight random enemies instead of an enemy who I could do a bunch of damage on. So for that, I'm going to want to go to this area. Means I need to go... Here is the closest. And then I'll grab probably this cave on the way. Maybe those ruins. And then that's the goal.
Why are we here again?
Please tell me you're joking.
Gotta stay in it.
I'm actually almost done with the heal.
Satisfactory work.
Apparently this is also another spot where I could have farmed a bunch of enemies.
You're surprisingly quick on the uptake.
Got you on your toes now.
Get out of the way.
Whew, I feel good.
See, I can't do enough damage to those yet, but also I should probably just head back and grab another quest, because I didn't realize I was that close to finishing. Because at this point, that's the only thing I really need. Is to finish up the magic tree, and then everything else is kind of just going through the motions. This is the only one that I have to deliberately focus on. Because if I finish up everything else, then that means that I have to just go fight random enemies who don't give me anything. Also, did I already turn it in? I'm pretty sure I did.
Let's see.
So I think now I want to go for this one. And that'll get rid of all of the support magic. Actually, it's not all support magic, there's one more left. I'm wondering if I should go for that cave first, or probably just go for these. I also did forget to heal while I was in the refuge, but it's fine.
Huh. What's this?
It's not like I'm short on potion ingredients.
Don't let them outflank you.
Not gonna happen. Okay. Can't time me down.
So mines might be tricky for this one. Because I have to find enemies who are weak to electric, and I don't remember what ones are.
Can't time me down.
What a perfect place to get some rest.
A dank, shitty hole? Glass is really half full with you, isn't it?
not a compliment, I take it. Look out!
Well, I immediately got that one done.
Oh. Right.
Consider getting hit on the
These are
nuts.
vulnerable, so if I can...
What do you think I am? Superhuman? Huh. All right. And that is how it's done.
Got that one done.
Block a little better?
Okay, so if I kill all of these enemies using just mines,
I'll believe you. I'll be stopping the first chance I get.
I might finish all 3 quests. Actually, I don't think there's 10 here.
Bullseye. Ah! I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
Let's go that.
Try a little evasive action. If it goes well,
I'll be able to kick ass even harder, right? Ah! Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
I feel like it might be worthwhile to try a level 1 super. Might have even been able to get away with a level 2.
I wonder if this stuff could cure your attitude, Buck.
Don't think you've done much for yours.
Whoa!
Might as well hold on to this.
I think I might have got a kill there, but it's fine. There's still enough to get half of this quest done. I just need to make sure that the ones who are left are low enough to actually get knocked out.
Flagging on red.
Okay. Oh, this.
Well, do something.
I'd like all of them to group up over here.
Enjoy. Right in the sweet spot.
Apparently that was not enough to kill any of them.
You pissed off the wrong Tonsa. Ha!
Maybe I just do a very small rock turret to try to chip away at them. Looks like I just do this to give myself a free boost.
Gonna get a lot of use out of this. Gotcha.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I? Oh, damn. Ugh.
Can't really tell if any of them are in range to get knocked out. Hoping that should be enough. There might be one who's a little bit too buff. Almost enough for another mine.
Touch one. There you go. Oh, come on.
God, one.
Ooh. My ace in the hole. That ought to do it.
This is easy enough, no?
Did grab something, but
Guide me. Hold up.
not enough to refill everything.
My ace in the hole.
I don't like the look of this.
And get a glimpse at all their health.
That was bad.
I wholeheartedly agree.
We got this. Worth a shot.
I feel like distortion is a little bit too risky, especially if I want to get the kills. So it might do too much damage. Well, let's try it.
There it is.
One of them did die. Actually, I think I just left combat because they're all fighting each other. Again, I only got one there.
Good, right?
It is weirdly hard to check how much damage that actually does, or if I'm going to be even close. Killed one by accident. I feel like doing damage is recharging my support magic, but I also can't really tell. I don't remember if I have an ability for that. Did not do enough damage.
Oh man. Is this ever gonna end?
Don't stop now.
Ah!
I need to get...
Look out.
Got another kill.
Try this for size. Nice. Now's our chance.
Yes, you'll need to evade a blow or two to get things moving.
Enjoy. Try this for size.
Treasure.
Oh, let's actually do this.
That's quite a find.
Yup.
Because that does restore support magic.
I'd strike while the iron was hot if I were you.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Trying to go for the mine.
Ha!
I didn't get either of them, which is probably the most upsetting. Like, I wouldn't mind this as much if it didn't feel like the mines were incredibly weak.
Good. Because it tasted like crap.
Nowhere to run.
Unfortunately, grabbing magic here does not refill support magic, but that would be neat if it did. I see them occasionally have green health, and I don't know if that means they're healing, or if they like have an armor that they can put on.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield.
This looks like a big one.
I'm just trying to chip away as much health as I can without killing them, because I just want to get these two done.
I helped to fall back a little.
Agreed. Huh. Too slow.
Yeah, it feels like I need to just leave them with effectively a fraction of a health
You're running low.
if I want to have even a little bit of hope of getting that to kill.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
And it feels like that might be one of the weaker mines.
Specialty a la fray. Embrace the flames.
Like, maybe I could have used an attack boost to try to get more, but it just feels like the ability is way weaker than I expect. Because usually mine seem to be pretty impactful, but this just is not.
Yeah.
If it was just kill 10 enemies, then it would be an easy mission. But it's specifically vulnerable, and these are one of the few enemies that I know are vulnerable.
Do I sense you getting better at this? Frank?
Finally got him.
How could I not? It's that or
So I guess now the move would be
Get my
to
ass
go
whooped.
back and grab more magic. And then go for the fourth that's on the way.
we're here.
That really was miraculously fast.
Question is, which magic do I go for? I'm guessing I should just keep going lightning.
You do
I think I have 2 slots open now. So let's go. That's an easy one. That's a iffy one.
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Hit enemies from midair could be easy or it could be tricky,
Alright,
depending on how it
let's do this.
activates. Build up power and damage is always easy, because that just means use the ability a bunch. So there's only one
Bye, Red. Love you.
big support magic left.
Blanket cloak? Oh yeah, I like that. Ah,
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Okay, this one's
yep,
incredibly
no
easy.
sweat. That's not good.
Satisfactory work.
In fact, I'm already done with one of them.
Incoming.
Maybe I just go back, turn that in, and grab the other one. I didn't expect to run into 5 enemies and immediately have that count. Because I just wanted to see how... if I have to build up any charges for midair, and the answer is no. So I guess I'll finish up Storm Dart. Because now I just need to hit 25 enemies while midair. And then if I do the other one, it's just do damage to enemies.
You'd best be prepared.
And if I find enemies who are vulnerable to mine, I need to kill 6 of them. So yeah, right now mine is the only one that's gonna give me any problems out of the 3 I have. And based on the missions left, I don't think anything else sounds particularly bad.
Can't tie me down. Ugh. Like that.
There are slightly more of them than I'd like.
It's mostly just identifying enemies who are weak to lightning is gonna be the part I have to do. I will grab that fast travel point after I do this ruin.
Whoa. Come on.
I don't like the look of this.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Perhaps avoiding attacks would be better than using me to defend.
Already done with the damage one.
Worried you might get a little scratch. Yeah.
I do feel pain, you know.
Let me guess. Mentally at least.
You know me so well.
Got you on your toes now.
Almost done with the midair one.
That's it.
Satisfactory work.
And done with the midair one. So none of these enemies are vulnerable, so I can't do mine. Okay. So I think I need to go just to finish off the area, which will be fire.
How'd you like this? This'll do it.
Try this stuff. Quick taste?
You really are too.
Wait, seriously? I guess I could sprinkle some on you.
Okay, so there's one enemy left.
Okay.
They are resistant to Olaf's magic, so that's definitely not what I want to do.
I'm thinking. Getting there. Try this for size. There it is. One more round? Think I'm feeling lucky.
Well, Certainly
Guess
good
I'll
to see
take a
some
magic
enthusiasm.
buff. Okay, another rune's done. It's another one of the optional ones. I have not been keeping count of how many I need.
Not
Just
bad,
because I know
I
that
guess.
there's still a few that I have to do.
To come in handy.
Forgetting something?
No. Wait, am I?
Wouldn't want to leave any goodies behind.
No, it's fine.
Blessed by magical healing power.
That is one of the items I need. There's a monument very close by, but it is technically optional. But I should probably grab it just because of how close it is.
Zero G's! Ah! Oh, I like this.
Maybe I should look for
Hey,
a place to grind out the mine. Actually, I'm not super worried about it. Mostly because if it's killing 6 enemies with it, it's not gonna be too bad. As long as I probably don't have to fight those big guys again.
Wow, that was
I'm sure I
quick.
can find 6 enemies or easier. But for now I need to grab
You
2
do
more.
like your reading.
Either I go for I know this one's gonna be probably the easiest one to do. Final enemy in a battle could be easy. Let's do those two.
Challenge accepted.
And let's go do the labyrinth.
Break time's over. Let's get moving.
Says the guy who can't even open the door to leave.
Why would I need to? I have you.
So the one downside of doing equipment first
This should be easy enough.
Only that would
is
true
that I
of
have to go
every
back to the city to get the last few pieces before I'll know if I got everything. But I'm pretty sure the only ones I really have left are in this southern part. Other than I think there's one near one of the world bosses. Also I have to do world bosses before I get equipment. So probably, although I would have liked to end on the
Something in there. I can feel
equipment
it.
missions, I think I might have to do stuff in town. Or not equipment missions, end on all the detours for the last people in town, because those are like a quick 4 trophies that'll all pop. And I would rather end off on a story note than a underwhelming super boss.
The air feels almost charged in here.
Especially if I missed an equipment piece.
Interesting going on.
So the only thing I really need in labyrinths would be crafting materials if I want to make extra potions.
Don't let them outflank you.
Not gonna happen.
I think it just said that that enemy is vulnerable.
There's a shot. Coming. Right on the money.
They are vulnerable.
Touch one. I dare you. Try this.
So
this time.
here's the big question.
There.
How did I do that?
We got this. Ah!
So not all of these are vulnerable, only a couple of them are. Like this one. The medium-sized ones are good against fire.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you
But the smaller ones are weak to lightning.
Right.
This is yours to lose now, Frey.
Why did you have to say it like that? This ought to be good. Oh, let me at it. Gotta keep moving. Time is money.
Yes, and money is.
The other one just kind of died at the firewall.
That's quite a fight.
I also don't think I even got enough charge to go for a lightning super.
Oh shit. So many of them.
think I might be getting a taste of this stuff.
Need an assist. That's not doing much. Just give up. All right. Ready to ring.
I did briefly forget that I have a mission to defeat the final enemy in a battle.
Shit. Fuck. Shit.
Okay, got another one.
Thank you, Sila.
Splits here.
And I got him.
Huh, okay. Nice. Always good in a pinch.
Another door over here.
Dead end.
Very hard, let's just pop magic.
Well, that was exhausting. Let's see. What do we got here? Nice.
Okay, looks like at least one more room.
Let's dance.
By dance, I assume you mean batter one another until someone falls over.
Nope, not working. Smoking. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Aha! My ace in the hole. Let me guess.
I got one of them.
At least.
You know me so well.
Locked
But I did not get the final enemy.
Try this for size. My ace in the hole. Yup. You're gonna love this. Yup. Oh, come on.
I want to
This'll be
do
good.
punchies.
Bullseye. Gotta work a little there.
Only a little? What's this?
Grab all the goodies.
Who cares? I'll take it.
Apparently there's another option room over here.
Seems this is the end of the road.
Back we go.
Just magic, so not much. So if I can finish off the boss with the super, that would be a really nice way to go out. But that will depend on the boss. I think dragons are not weak to lightning.
How about I show
Actually,
you
they
what
might
I
be.
can do?
What we Get out of the way.
Another rate to fire. I remembered. But they aren't resistant to lightning, which is a good start.
Yup. You're gonna love this. Lend me your strength, Scylla.
Let's go. Fire there.
Yup.
Big question is, will I be able to get a super off and win the fight?
Then we better get to kicking some ass.
Duck, dodge, and dive, Prey. Duck, dodge, and dive.
Huh. I feel like I know that from somewhere. Whoa.
Why not take a step back?
Why not?
And I got him.
Me alone. Ooh, nice find.
Why did it not count? Did it like... Did something else actually deliver the final blow so the super didn't? Like, did one of the flaming swords hit him? Hello, Egg. Welcome in. Okay.
Thought I'd find you here.
Well, another labyrinth done.
She sure went to a lot of trouble making these places.
I hope it was worth her while.
Ancient armor hid away in deepest depths dungeon. Boost damage up by attack magic when stamina is full. One I would probably never use. Having full stamina is a bit of a rarity. There's an extra step to upgrade to level 2. Was that the one that it has to be to critical health? Because I remember hearing that. Because I think I remember hearing one of the abilities was bugged, but I didn't. I knew it was one of the lightning ones, but I didn't remember which one. And at least I'm going to assume that's a bug, because I would hope they would have written it in the text.
Don't worry, this'll be quick.
So I need to just keep going this way.
Woo! Perfect 10!
Well, that rather depends on what we're judging you on.
Not quite close enough to land that. Oh, so I'm sure I can find a spot to get to critical health to take out a weak enemy. Also, let's check the map. Also halfway through power, and I need 4 mines. Trying to see if there's actually one thing I should be doing
Time to fetch it.
is buffing that.
What one might call a gaggle of troublemakers.
The weak ones hunt in packs, huh?
Those birds are resistant. Granted, I don't think I was gonna hit him with a mine anyway.
Got you on your toes now.
Big fortress over there. So there's one more ruin. And the last photo spot's here.
This looks like a big one. Well, do something.
Board is covered in fog.
Beyond the door, she was greeted by the most unimaginable sight.
An actual bed.
If there's crafting materials, I can try to grab them.
Quite the lucky find indeed.
Thinking of making something?
Nowhere close to getting either of those. Out of what I have left, I definitely want to go blue magic.
All right, let's
And there's the photo spot.
move.
Yes, we've a long way to go yet.
Ugh, mood killer.
I think it was a pre-order cape. It might be the deluxe edition, but it was definitely one of those two.
This will be a good one.
Okay, just gotta turn those in.
Can't wait to show this to the kids.
They'll certainly have plenty to be excited about.
This one seems like something of a handful.
Yep, better start pulling your weight.
Duck, dodge, and dive, Frey! Duck, dodge, and dive!
Whole bunch of enemies here.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Let's get them all fighting each other a bit.
It appears to be weighing its next move.
Oh, damn.
You didn't know it exists in the game.
We got this.
I'm at a point where I've buffed it so much that it's kind of the only one I've decided to stick with.
Okay.
But I don't think ability-wise it offered much special. It was just a slight improvement for knockdown while using parkour.
Ah. That's it. This'll do it.
Didn't realize this was a spell.
My ace in the hole. I don't like the look of this thing.
So sinister air.
Nope, not working. Oh. Right on the money.
They're protecting the lab somehow.
Ha!
Avoiding attacks would be better than using me to defend.
Unfortunate time for the knockdown.
Worried you might get a little scratch. There it is. That culture right there. That's not doing much.
That's still blocked.
Got one for ya.
Kill them all first, then attack it.
Yup.
Which enemy
Okay. You're good, right?
is the bell tied to? Because I assumed it was the big guys, but apparently not.
Think I might be getting a taste for this stuff.
What's habit testing?
Joy. Gotcha.
Focus on the enemy first.
All right. Yeah.
That's still blocked.
I'd say we're at the height of our powers right now.
Then we better get to kicking some ass. Oh yeah.
I think there are like little strings to tell me that the enemies are still alive.
Now or never.
They're not the most clear with all the area effects.
Now smash that lantern.
Yeah. Oh. You ready?
Happy to go on.
Happy as I'll ever be.
There's no one around. Did you do something to annoy them all?
What did?
Another lore piece.
I do.
Let's not be ungrateful now.
Huh. Okay. Actual treasure.
Okay, another area cleared. Hopefully that counts for one of the 100 spots. Another cloak over there, and another challenge. Are these weak to lightning? Yes, they are.
Quick.
I do hope so.
Look out. Yeah. Brace yourself. Yeah. There. Bullseye.
Got 2.
Kinda want more of a challenge.
And I go for the guild.
I'm very glad to hear.
If I'm lucky, I might find a couple more of those enemies. They seem much easier to do that mission on.
Look at that! Your wounds are healing!
Yeah. Pretty handy, huh?
Scout the area. I think that's the only time I've been required to just break random debris.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it. Seems kind of slow.
Yes, that might not be your only concern here.
That might have been a waste.
Illusions?
Great. What am I supposed to do about that? Try this. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I should have just waited until I was at critical health. I thought there were going to be more enemies.
Oh my. Finally.
Something of a shame you had to break it.
Let's see. What do we got?
Cloak was learned by Tanta Olas for feasts and other celebrations and be to various magical effects. Have I finished any other quests? I have not. Ideally, next I want to go for this. I could do cave as just a fairly quick one. I don't think there's anything else left in the guild, but I should probably check.
That ought to do it. Huh. What's this? Can't time me down.
Okay, seems like I got everything, so let's fast travel back to the refuge, because it's a little bit closer.
We're here.
That really was miraculously fast.
I think this is the last challenge I need. Or last memory challenge.
Can't time me down. What the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
Oh, vision once yonder cape and protect nearby citizenry. Frame must destroy the Vertigo Lantern simulacrum that's been causing trouble. Defeat the boss within the time limit.
Put your best foot forward.
Wish I could cut it up your ass.
It appears to be weighing its next move.
It's a lot of enemies.
Down.
Uh-oh.
It's healing itself.
All right.
I think the bell is defended, so I can't just like brute force my way through it.
I don't think killing them is getting us anywhere.
Come on. Incoming. Boundary.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Not today. Ooh, that gotta hurt. Oh, get the fuck back.
Apparently those are vulnerable. Meaning I should do this. And I got both of them.
Yep. Nope, not working. I sometimes wonder how come a guy like you makes such a good shield. This'll do it. Ugh. You're good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
You ready?
Hurry, they'll be back any moment now.
Yeah.
Those archers are a problem.
Got you on your toes now. Ah.
And I got it.
You're quite something when you put your mind to it.
You're proud of me? Aw, shucks.
No, let's just say I'm pleasantly surprised.
And got all 5.
To whosoever shall claim this power, sky is clear, and despair gives way at last to hope for a brighter future. May this tragedy once past never again be repeated. Tunta's blessings go with you.
Okay. Gotta say, I honestly wasn't expecting a cutscene at the end of that, but I'm glad there was at least something for doing all 20. Also, more magic done. Okay, so there's a nail design there that I need. I think I'll grab the last lightning super
Why are we here again?
Please
and just
tell
try to
me
clear
you're
out that
joking.
whole line. Actually, given that this is covered in mist, I should probably go for one of my arrows. Because if there's flying enemies, that's gonna be the best time for that. I'm only down 1 potion, so not worried about it.
Very ladylike.
What, I can't even yawn now? Ah.
Okay, but at least I'm done with one other mission out of the way.
All there.
I'm gonna say a party's worth. Let's dance. My ace in the hole.
This could really help us turn the tables, Frey.
Better get my dodge on. Nope, not working.
They're birds, it's probably going to be hard to... I want to see if I could sneak in one of the supers there to finish off those, but birds are going to be a problem.
Kinda want more of a challenge.
I'm very glad to hear it.
Ah. Check it out, fortress.
Well, it'll be a good chance to flex our muscles.
I never said we're going.
This one seems fairly formidable. Game for a challenge?
What? Why? Then we can just go around it.
Let's go.
Rob says hey.
Probs magic for now.
Whew, I feel good.
Might help to fall back a little.
Agreed.
Are you alright?
Alright, magic.
Why, what?
I do need just regular damage, so I should probably do this.
Right on the money. You're good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
Ha! Oh,
Blessed by magical healing powers.
gotta say, it feels pretty damn good.
Got him.
We got this.
More in the bag.
And I got all 25. So I just need to win the fight while in critical health and deal a bunch of damage.
Do I look stronger? Because I definitely feel stronger. Oh, damn! Huh. That's it. Got you on your toes now.
And they are enemies who are vulnerable to lightning. Is that the last one? It definitely looks like the last one.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield.
Oh, come on! Ah.
It did seem to imply they're vulnerable to this, so
Next one's gonna hurt.
I hope that's all it does.
Locked in.
There may be more of them.
did it mean critical as in with the wheel up, or critical as in low health? Or did it not count because more enemies showed up?
Here's a shot. There it is. Okay. Whoa.
Oh, let's do this.
Gotcha. Felt that.
Don't know if I want to go for a heal or just focus on getting rid of the birds. I think there's enough enemies I should go for a heal.
There are worse habits, I suppose.
All right.
Gotta get some damage in.
Judgment time.
Let's
hole.
get compensation up.
If it goes well,
I'll be able to kick ass even harder, right? Yup.
get out of the way.
Ugh, this is getting old.
I was just starting to enjoy this.
Right in the sweet spot.
Another enemy's appeared.
It's not much, but you never know.
Guess I should have expected it since it's a pretty big fort.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kind of guessed that already. Ready?
Oh,
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Oh,
let's go for some poison.
Well, this is bad.
fuck, 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 fuck.
I'm hoping that this is the last group, because I might go for a crit finish again, if I can get the birds safely. Okay, it looks like just this one left. I am seeing chests around, so this seems like the last area.
My ace in the hole. Yup. Oh, this.
Just want something in a handful.
I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
When I try to get hit, they really seem to struggle.
How is this fair?
I'm not sure they're having a great time either.
Okay, I guess that's not the end.
All right, let's go.
Oh, where are they even at? Oh, just gonna look around for birds. I don't see any.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll just take that one at a time. And this time I'll wait until I'm in like the recovery state.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am?
Before using the super, because these are vulnerable to lightning.
Oh man.
This seems to be the only one.
Don't stop now. I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not? That was bad.
I wholeheartedly agree.
did the wrong ability.
Whew, that hits the spot.
Might fancy a little taste myself.
I forgot that I was in water stance.
How about this?
Look at that! Your wounds are healing!
Yeah, pretty handy, huh?
Can I cast enough magic to build it back up? Seems like a no. Also, more enemies appeared.
Way too close. There weren't enough of them already?
I sense a record-breaking performance in the offing.
It's a lot of enemies.
Coming. My ace in the hole.
Let's go for a prop hit.
This'll do it. Try this for size.
Hopefully it's just more of these enemies. Because if so, this is definitely manageable.
Think we might need to take a step back.
I couldn't agree more.
You're gonna love this. Yup. Yeah. Aha.
A little bit more. Okay, there's like 6 more enemies over here that I didn't realize. See at least 4 more. And there's more spawning in.
There it is.
I'd strike while the iron was hot if I were you.
Don't have to tell me twice. Ha.
Can't tell if this is endless if I take too long, but the other phases weren't, so I'm hoping it's not. Or if this is just a weirdly high amount of enemies.
We got this. Did we just run?
Don't be silly. You can do it.
There's only 1 left.
I'm in trouble here.
Then stop talking and heal yourself.
No, not yet. Right in the sweet spot.
And I got it. Now, as I said, to promote well-being, increase damage dealt when health is higher.
Damn.
We need to find somewhere safe. Now.
Okay, so all I need to do now with the super is just deal damage. And then whatever the last quest is. Which I think was hit multiple enemies. So 2 that are perfect together. So I think I only have like 5 spells left to level up. Oh, there is another monument here. I guess I'll grab it. I don't remember how many I've grabbed, but I know I needed like 4 in total.
You were almost flying there.
Woo! Yeah! Ah!
You feel that?
Another health plus 5. Didn't get the trophy to pop for that one, so it means I still should need 1 more. I think I've gotten 3. So next I'm going to want to go for that cave. Just because it's a random spot and caves tend to be quick.
We're here.
That really was miraculously fast.
I'm not worried about heals, so let's see if I can grab another magic. I do have to do that 5 times. So I think I want that one. And then I want... Where's water? This one. And then that should just leave these 2, which will be great for the world bosses, assuming one of them is weak to water. I'll just top off my health, because why not?
I do not want to get out of bed.
Well, you have to. So there.
More blue magic. And off to the cave.
Break time's over. Let's get moving.
Says the guy who can't even open the door to leave.
Why would I need to? I have you.
Hopefully the enemies here aren't resistant to lightning and water.
Duck, dodge, and dive, Frey. Duck, dodge, and dive.
Huh. Feel like I know that from somewhere.
Well, do something.
They are resistant to lightning, but they are weak to water.
To use, correct?
Yes. So shut up.
My ace in the hole!
There it is.
Gotcha.
The advantage is ours. You're too close, for goodness sake.
I can't help it. They're so fucking clingy. Ha! Okay, that is a shit ton of bones. You think they did all of this?
I feel a certain sense of...
I think if I hit them with 1 more, it should get rid of most of them, but I can also go cluster just to play safe.
Right on the money!
Okay.
Better than nothing, I suppose.
I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, just these 3. Maybe I try this.
What's hiding down there? You with me, Prov?
Cooldowns are kind of the worst part about having to level up support magic. It doesn't seem like there's an easy way to reduce it. I know there's ways to like boost the charge speed, but I don't know how drastic it is. I want to see if I can get them to come over here. Because if I can get them grouped up, then I can get 3.
You telling me that now?
Okay, got 2. That's probably good enough.
Got a little scratch. That's what I like.
Do I sense you
For enemies who are all running around.
How could I not? It's that or get my ass whooped.
And that's probably the best quick one I can get here, so I should now probably go for one of the world bosses. Because I know there's another equipment piece I'm missing near the world boss, so I'm going to want to go here. And go north and grab the monument, and then I think there's another building with an equipment piece. I want to mark this and this. I guess I might as well go for the enemy there.
Pleasant.
You think maybe we should try and go around?
I'll leave that decision to you, but caution is strongly advised.
This is probably the worst time for this. And it was kind of really bad luck that I happened to run into it here. Okay, so it's locked.
It's over.
Looks that way.
And breathe.
Guess I'll just go for the refuge. And I'm hoping if I rest here that storm area will go away.
She was greeted by the most miraculous sight.
Somewhere to lie the fuck down.
I guess for now I can skip that one and I'll just replace it with the guild.
Shall we?
But I do want that monument. Mostly because it was one I knew was on the way, so I figured it's easy to work into the 4 that I need.
Did pretty good that time.
Reasonably, yes.
And I made it.
Whew. Just about stuck the landing there.
You certainly can't be.
Wait, I know this feeling.
Heads up!
Will this be the last I need for trophy? Or do I need to find another? And it is. So, no more monuments.
Oh, I like this. Zero G's.
Like, I know there's 4 extras, but there's no reason for me to get them, and the minor stat buff they give me is not worth it.
Keep your wits about you.
Very much in the room, thanks.
One thing I could do, if I really just want to knock out this one magic quest I'm on, is go back for the big horde of zombies, and I should be able to one-shot most of them with it. Another feather, more lore that I don't need.
You can't just experiment on people.
And if no one makes a sacrifice, how else is progress to be made?
Actual treasure. Nothing much I didn't already know.
Sounds like someone's ready to become a cognition themselves. Well, do something.
Oh, come on!
Wasn't expecting these.
Come on.
Stop making me panic! Try this for size. Just about... There it is! Oh yeah! Bring in the pain! That's not doing much.
Very nicely done.
I didn't get a kill on either of them, which was definitely unfortunate.
Did you find something?
And I guess I cleared this out. Now I just need to go around this way towards the boss. Given this is the fire area, I probably want to hold off on fighting the boss until I get my arrow.
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat. Uh-oh!
I may not be able to protect you as well as I usually do.
Great, that's all I need.
That's 3 down there. Yeah, this is definitely probably the best way to do that one, is to just find a group of weak enemies. Or enemies that are weak to water, and then just use that.
Seems kind of slow.
Yes, that might not be your only concern here.
Happy to go on.
Happy as I'll ever be.
No No sign of... Oh, it's over there. So, back to there.
Journey's end.
Well, that was quick.
So it's all the way up there. Question is, how do I get up there? I'm gonna guess across that big bridge.
Ooh, that was sweet.
Possible.
Or is this too slippery for me to run on? Seems like it is.
Are you trying?
I say it might be best for me to fast travel back, but I think there's not much distance I can gain.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Ow!
What one might call a gaggle of troublemakers.
The weak ones hunt in packs, huh?
They are vulnerable to that. If I want to try to get at least one of these.
I sometimes wonder what you think I'm here for, you know.
I sometimes wonder how come a little guy like you makes such a good shield.
Oh, damn.
Okay, got a couple there. And my hope is that this fourth that I'm going for will let me finish up the quest for the electric super. And then it's just a matter of finding like 3 enemies so I can take out with a single bubble, which also might be here. Can also just do that to maybe get the recharge up a bit.
Looks like everybody showed up.
Might as well make the most of the opportunity.
Do I have to?
I guess it does seem like Burrow is kind of intended to be the way to recover support magic outside of like speccing equipment into it. Because it does restore kind of crazy fast. Really just trying to find a way over to this fort. I'll do the super boss once I get the quest I want. Just cannot really figure out the path up to this. Mostly because I don't know what I can actually climb there, because I'm assuming all the red lava type stuff is not scalable. Because I tried to go across one of those and it just did not let me. But that also might be wrong.
Let me guess. You want to go see what's at the top?
Well, towers are built to be climbed.
Kind of hoping I would see just like a clear path over. Maybe this is it.
Might as well pocket this.
So I should probably just start off with lighting immediately, and then just deal with whatever's left after that. Okay, found it.
Look out! Feeling good.
Better than good. I feel unstoppable. Something's draining my powers.
I'd avoid wasting any spells for the moment if I were you. I'd say now's the time to strike.
I only got one with that one.
Oh, this. Nowhere to run. Try this for size.
Nice. Now's our chance.
Yes, you'll need to evade a blow or two to get things moving.
Gotcha. This'll do it.
Get a bunch there.
Thank you, Sila.
Okay.
Bullseye. All set.
I somehow did not get 3 or more enemies there.
How'd you like this? Hated the Tanta. Love her spells. Right on the money.
And apparently that was the end of the fort. As I thought, symbolized proud and powerful woman, increases damage from Silas spells based on the number of Silas spells
I'm
learned.
getting a feel for this.
You certainly seem to be, yes.
That was way quicker than I thought it was gonna be.
Gross.
It kind of resulted in me not getting anything done that I wanted.
Well, there wasn't much to write home about in there.
Yes, give or take a horde of mindless, murderous horrors.
You can keep them.
Okay, so that being said, I still do need a couple more hotspots, so maybe
We're here.
I try to grab like 2 or 3 more here, like this cave.
That really was miraculously fast.
And I also know that I have to use the super for lightning at least 5 more times. But I only really need to finish 2, and then I can get the arrow. So either I need to do like 2,000 more damage, or I need to take out 2 more enemies with the bubble.
Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it. Straight up a... Don't...
Lightning and water are both very bad, and use rock.
I do hope so.
Right in the sweet spot. There you are. All right.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman? Ah!
I got 1 with it.
That fucker right there. do it. There it is. Ready for some punishment?
I did the wrong super. Also, everybody was dead, so it didn't
Hey,
matter.
I'm always tired.
All's well then. Wonderful.
Explore Trailblazer. So that should be the 100 points.
Consumables.
I'll try not to consume them all at once.
So that means the only thing I have left is world bosses and stuff in town, if I'm remembering right. But before that, the obvious thing I need to do is to finish up these 2 quests.
Huh, okay.
Are we surrounded?
Who cares? Just need to fight our way out. Ha!
Immediately get
Try
lightning.
this for size. Ah, come on!
Okay, so every take of it I do that hits those counts.
Ugh. Try this for size. Yup.
Meaning I just need to use it once more in this group and then have it tick at least twice.
Get out of the way.
If I get this water bubble to pop, that should, I think, both give me enough magic to do another super and also give me the quest, so I'll be done with all 3.
And stay there.
That went well.
You said it did. That asshole's going nowhere. This'll do it. Whoa!
Nice.
And I got him.
Ready to rip.
That's all of the support magic done. And nearly all magic. Because I think I've only got 2 spells left. And ironically, it's one of the spells that I use probably the most frequently, since getting it. I don't see anything there. So I just need both of these arrows.
Onward and upward. Whoa. That ought to do it.
So one thing I am missing
Be safe here.
is I
Good.
don't know where
I'm
the
exhausted.
4th world boss is. So I don't think I've run into it yet. But I'll just make sure to go through every node, just to make sure I didn't miss any magic. As far as I can see, Prav is the only one who has any bar left. Yeah, I think that's just those two.
Let's see how this goes. All right.
So that means it's time to go for that world boss. Who was way down here. And then my only options left are do the other world boss and go back to town. If this world boss finishes off my quest for my arrows, then I'm especially done. I will say, going into today, I was really nervous about having a bunch of leftover magic, and I'm kind of glad at how neatly it all lined up. Especially if I was correct and these are the last two, it'll be nice to finish these up on the boss itself. So yeah, I did forget to check what I actually need to do, but I'm pretty sure it was do damage while through crits, inflict critical blows, and build a power and strike within 30 seconds.
Keep your wits about you.
So based on that last one, I need to deal 1,500 damage in a period of 30 seconds.
I don't like the look of this.
And I need to just, in general, do 1,000 damage with crits. While I have an ability that buffs crits. Worst case would be both world bosses are resistant to this, but it also kinda doesn't matter.
I'm in a one-hit kill kind of mood. Whoa, look at this fucker. That is something else.
You'll need to keep your wits about you here.
And done with both. Above and beyond.
You can call me Super Freddy.
And they are weak to lightning.
Worth a shot. Yup. Handy.
That ought to help you stay healthy.
Yeah, for a while at least. Roy.
Wasn't close enough.
Specialty a la Frey. Yup. I am fucking invincible.
Not if you're listening to me, say so.
Guide me, Olaf. Got you on your toes now.
Doing a whole lot of smashes.
That gotta hurt. Okay.
Duck, dodge, and dive, Frey. Duck, dodge, and dive.
Huh. I feel like I know that music. That's it. Oh, yeah, I'm in the zone.
Let's get to work then, eh?
Okay. Yeah. Ah.
Big hit there.
Need to try this card. Good taste? Wait, seriously? I guess I can sprinkle some on you.
Almost halfway done.
Oh, okay. I can literally see my wounds healing.
Behold the power of restorative magic.
We got this.
Big explosion.
Ready for this? Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Got him. Eat it.
Ah, I did get a stun there. This is what I wanted.
You might want to run. Right in the sweet spot. Whoa! Did we just?
Yes, now finish the job.
And stabbies. Never mind.
My ace in the
Apparently no
hole.
stabbies.
This'll do it.
You need to be a little more patient.
You done stating the obvious? I'm back. Only I'm talking to you. Ugh.
Think me vaulting there was more of a problem.
My ace in the hole. Huh. Huh. Try this for size.
Didn't mean to blow that up.
This'll do it. Oh, come on.
And when they really get into slam mode, there's not much I can do.
Think fast.
Look out!
Lend me your strength, Scylla. That's that. There it is.
I was hoping that stun would work, and it did not.
Let's get back in this.
And it really just homes in, and there's not a lot I can do unless I'm super far away.
Ooh, felt that.
Perhaps avoiding attacks would be better than using these for long.
Aw, worried you might get a little scratch. Ha.
I wonder if there's... I need to not be wherever I am.
Yeah,
Somehow I
this
swapped to
one's
water at some point.
Bullseye. Not staying. Oh, this one. Ha! Okay, there. Cool.
I thought I was like, going to be out of range of that fire, but I was not.
You're running low.
I'll be fine.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
I will say this has probably been the hardest super boss I've gone to so far. It's easier not enemies to the ground and more spells phrase learned.
I am giving myself an A for effort on that one.
And so you should. Top marks.
Okay, so that leaves one more. Who is probably somewhere in Visoria. So I want to see if it's marked on the map. It is not, so there's no icon to tell me that. Or no checklist spot to tell me that there's like a super boss nearby. It's just something that I have to look for. Or look up. And I'm leaning towards the ladder because I have no idea where to look. Visoria is massive. Because that one was for Janoon. This is getting into Afoulette. It could be like down in this corner, but it could also be somewhere off of one of these paths since I didn't explore very far into here. Maybe I'll look this one up. Okay, yeah, there's no way I would have found this one naturally, unless it was completely by accident. There's a small path up through here.
Journey's end.
Wow, that was quick.
Look at all those levels that don't do anything for me. So the nice part is I got pretty much all of the worst trophies out of the way already. The only problem with this one is apparently it can bug, so it just doesn't
Tired.
count all four for some reason. But they respawn, so then if one of them doesn't count, then I just have to fight all of them again. Which would suck. But it sounds like it's only a thing that happens by chance.
I don't see why. You've been asleep for ages.
What was I gonna make again?
Nothing I can craft neither of those. So ideally I fight this world boss, the trophy pops. And then there's nothing else I need in the overworld. And then everything that's left is just whatever I need to do in the city.
Adventure awaits.
You make
Sound like what we're doing is fun.
I did almost accidentally find the path there, just by going to that cave randomly. But
Fancy your chances?
the actual icon is so far back
Took my best
that
shot.
I feel like I would have to know that I'm looking for that. This seems like a good spot to get the distance one. And there they are.
There's such a thing as relying on magic too much, you know.
There's a guy
Yeah, weak to fire, resistant to rock.
held together by this stuff. Huh. What the hell happened to this thing?
The break, and it didn't hold back by the look of it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'll make it back in one piece if I try and fight this way. Ah! Okay. This'll do it.
This looks like a big one.
What are they doing? Doing fire.
Well, do something.
Timed perfection. Huh. Ha! Right on the money. Got him. Got him. Need an assist. Yup. Ah! My ace in the hole.
I think I did somewhere around 10,000 damage from there.
These things take time, Frank.
Oh, please. How'd you like this? Ugh. Hello, Fuzzy.
Oh, charming, you're precise. No pain, you know.
Let me guess. Mentally, at least.
You know me so well.
Enjoy. Whoa.
Get some mines over there.
Embrace the flames. Hey-ya!
I'm picking really bad times to do that.
To me.
My ace in the hole. How about this?
I thought it was another dive.
All right.
I can't protect you like this.
I fucking know already.
Don't know what that is, rather than not find out.
Go on, put the boat in.
Don't you tell me twice. Ugh. Right in the sweet spot.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman? All
There's
set.
the triple.
Ugh.
Someone's draining our power.
Damn it. Ah. Ah.
Did not get out of the air effect in time.
Maybe don't go charging in for the minute.
Sure, thanks for the heads up. Try me now. Oh.
Let's start mixing up magics.
Try this for size.
This could really help us turn the tables, Frey.
Better get my dodge on.
Time for a few words of wisdom from yours truly, Travis.
Literally the last thing I need. Oh, this.
there. But I got enough for fire if I can land it.
Damn. Ready to rip.
Take that 5,000.
There. I'd take that if I were you. This ought to be good. Ooh. There it is.
Can't get away, but I am at a wall.
Try this for size. You pissed off the wrong Tanta. This should do the trick. Not bad, huh?
Certainly looks like it'll keep the attacks at bay.
Oof.
Ready for some punishment? Uh-oh.
Almost got him.
You go.
I let go of the parkour. And I think I won. The design made of various potent symbols and patterns increase the damage of Prava spells based on the number of spells Pravas learn.
One more round? Think I'm feeling lucky.
Abominizer.
Certainly good to see some enthusiasm.
Huh, okay.
Whatever you just picked up is
So that should be nearly everything. No bugs, I don't have to redo any of those fights. Complete all the monuments and all the challenges of wisdom, so all that's left is to go back to Sepal and do all of the random post-game stuff. Such as turning in all of my photos,
Why are we here again?
cleaning up any other last-minute detours, such as getting the last statue. Either the last statue or the last two statues.
And here we are again.
And if the trophy pops
Doesn't
for
look like
equipment
much has
after this, then I'm done.
Do you have more pictures of outside?
Oh yeah, a ton of them.
They're so pretty. I've never seen anything like them.
Wow! Thank you so much!
You're very welcome.
On a frame, Forspoken 1, Forspoken 2, Forspoken 3, 4, 5. Happy Snapper.
Thank you so much for showing us all those pictures!
Next time, you'll have to tell us all about your adventures out there.
Another detour complete. So now it's just find stuff around town. Everything I finish around town will slowly lead me towards the few remaining trophies I have, ideally.
Time to steal.
Nice. Was just thinking I needed a snack.
An apple a day keeps Frey's hunger at bay.
Yeah, it wasn't funny the first time.
The whole city busies itself with rebuilding, and yet here you are, footloose and fancy-free.
Wonderful. Caught red-handed by the teacher.
I have been meaning to talk to you. Come and see me at the council chambers. And put that apple back before you do.
Oh, sure.
Okay, didn't expect to get fast traveled here.
Goodness. Ah. You still do not understand the value of a simple apple, do you? Well. And so, you see, even a single piece of fruit is as vital to Arthur's future as...
Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. Lecture received, loud and clear.
Good. Now, to the real reason I summoned you here.
Oh, you mean there's more? Hasn't she tortured us enough?
For you.
Record of the Dead.
Thus, their names herein recorded. The lost are their due worth afforded. This, among other things, was entrusted to me by Tanta Prav. It brings with it a grave lesson. That to promise to bring peace and to do so are two very different things. I pray that we need never again speak of sacrifice. I too fail to understand the true meaning of the word. Perhaps I still fail to grasp it.
Maybe we're not meant to understand it. Anyway, there won't be any more sacrificing happening anytime soon.
The people of Sepal will not soon forget the promise we made you, Tanta Frey.
Is it really practical to be carrying such a doorstop of a book around with you?
Not really, no. But it means a hell of a lot more than a pocket full of apples.
Oh, yeah. So now I just need to look around to see. I know I need to go up the steps to do all the prayer spots. Probably easier if I just mark all these, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do every question mark. And then I'll just mark them off as I go along.
No one's doing very much, are they? Suppose there's not a lot to do.
Yeah, even in the lower city, only a few of the people seemed actually busy. If only I could have protected you. I know I can't change anything now, but still wish I could have spoken to you one last time.
I'm kind of curious because I did a couple of these earlier, so I wonder, do I need to redo the ones I already did?
Sila, Prav, Olas, Mom. I'll save Athia, I swear. Just please, show me how. You knew I was Sinta's daughter. But you still believed I could save this place. Why? Sure wish I could ask you to your face, Bob.
No trophy pop, meaning there's something I'm missing. Maybe it's one of the favors I have to do first and it opens up somebody else.
Frey! Whoa.
What's the matter, Joe? Can't remember the last time I saw you outside the archives.
I've been looking for you.
Uh-huh. Something wrong?
I've been reading up on Tanta Cinta. Thought there might be something in the archives that could be of use to you.
That's weirdly helpful of you.
I'll tell you more at the archives. Come by when you have a moment.
Okay, another detour. Yeah, I know I have to do all of the detours in town, and those are pretty much the only thing that I know of. I'm reasonably sure I got all the armor,
Joe
but
wants to talk to me about.
Indeed.
I won't be able to check if I got all the armor until I get the detours in town. Because I have to trade in all the statues.
All is well, Frey. You need... My post here is a vital one, standing as I do in close proximity to both the square and the courtyard. You take your work pretty seriously, huh? But of course, it's no mere workaday job. It is my vocation and my greatest pride. Speaking of which, we guards agreed that you should be presented with this.
Got a badge.
Although I fear such formal trappings are not much to your liking.
Yes, not exactly your style, is it?
I don't know. Gotta say, it's a cute look on me. I would prefer that you did not make light of it. But I must say, it suits you well.
Oi, Milia, what are you doing? Get back to your post!
Right away. Well, until next time.
Another mark over here. Think I gotta go around.
Tell me a story, Cuff. Something funny.
Oh, well, that hardly narrows it down. I am literally a living encyclopedia of side-splitting yarns.
You know what? Changed my mind.
Is it true that you're Master Tree's teacher, Frey?
I should call you Miss Frey then, shouldn't I? Will you teach us a new rhyme, Miss Frey?
A fine idea, child. After all, my own hackneyed verses must be wearing thin by now.
I guess I could teach you the one I used to say to help me remember all the states?
Oh, yes. That sounds useful.
All right, children. I think that's enough for today.
You go, Master Tree. It's the same. Thank you as always.
Tanta Olas believed that by learning from the past, we could build a better future. Her most fervent wish was that all Athians be granted an education. And though she may be forgotten, that desire is not. Indeed, it lives on in me. Though we can never know for certain, it is my belief that she died in order to protect us all. She could not bear to inflict further harm on we, her beloved people. Fanciful, perhaps, but a comfort, nevertheless.
No harm in believing it if it makes you feel better, right?
I suppose so. Yet again, you teach me something of myself. You have my thanks, Frey.
Got a flower.
Miss Frey, indeed. Someone's moving up in the world. And if the teacher of one's teacher is a teacher, that makes me one too. Taught you everything you know after all.
Since when? Gonna maybe hold off on letting you have that one for now.
Okay, I did take a peek at what I'm missing, and the last remembrance spot I need is tied to one of the post-game side quests.
cat.
I don't remember how many statues I need. I know it's no more than 2.
Worth chasing it down, perhaps.
And ideally, the statue turn-in will be the last piece of equipment I need, and I'll get the Kit and Caboodle trophy. Because if that pops then that would mean that I haven't missed any gear pieces.
What'd you want us to find here? You led me here on purpose, didn't you?
Chasing the Black Cat Part 1.
You're not afraid of me, huh?
So one more favor way over here. Or not necessarily a favor, but at least an event.
Lady Frey. You may rest easy at last. The boy has laid down his knife and shall not pick it up again. Even he now sees that to take up arms against the savior of the city would be ill-advised indeed. And in time, I'm sure he will come to learn that to hate a hero such as yourself is pure foolishness.
Give me the knife.
Sorry?
The boy's knife. Hand it over.
But I cannot. I threw it away. Whatever can the matter be?
Search for the knife should be in the dump somewhere.
Ugh. Sycophantic drivel. You may not have murdered the man, but the child can hardly be blamed for seeing it that way. Well, if nothing else, we've learned they'll forgive you for pretty much anything. Hero this, hero that. It's truly vomit-inducing.
Don't know where the dump is, unless it's by the opening. There is a question mark there, so it probably is.
Perhaps the odd diversion isn't so bad.
Glad you agree.
So now I still need to keep finishing stuff up around town. Ideally, I would like to get the cats done first, just so I can check if I'm missing armor. Because while I'm just wandering around town, I can try to glance for the armor I might be missing. Assuming I'm missing any.
Paul souvenirs somewhere?
And who, pray tell, would buy them if they did?
Guess you're right. Not exactly a tourist hotspot.
That's one of the... That's a dance minigame. Meaning the other ones I need are probably both over here. Also, I might have already gotten enough statues, I just haven't checked the trading post to make sure. I have not, because there's definitely a cat here. Black Cat Part 2.
What's the plan then?
It stopped.
Okay, that should be the last one. Now if I turn that one in,
You shouldn't have.
if I turn that one in and the trophy pops, then I know that I'm done with everything major. Because then the only things left would be the detours around town here.
Aw, aren't you just the cutest?
And once I'm done with everything in town, then I can just leave.
What would you like? The kitties adore that one. Oh my, I've given you everything I have. You clearly cherish nothing more than our feline friends.
Oh, thanks. I do love them, I guess.
I'm not entirely convinced that was a compliment.
Well, nothing else for that. I guess it's nice they acknowledged it.
Well, show 'em with the goods.
Kit and Caboodle. There it is. Top quality cloak made from the finest materials by a master craftsman. Shortens the length of negative status effects. Growing trade because I traded for all the items here.
Anything?
I'm just gonna buy random things here. So I don't need to do all the bookshop, that's all optional. I just figured I'd dump all the coins I have because I had a bunch. Kinda nice because it means that I don't have to randomly hunt for chests anymore. Unless I just wanna get whatever dialogue for buying every book. It's definitely not gonna be worth it.
Hey, look.
Is that the knife the idiot monk threw away?
This is yours, right?
Why would you...
I found it. Look, I killed Scylla because she killed Olivia. What are you gonna do about it? Think about it, and when you figure it out, I'll be waiting. See you around, kid.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
No. But I want him to make a choice. If he really wants to try and take revenge, I'm not gonna stop him. But I'm here to stay, whether he likes it or not.
Okay, so that leaves 2... Actually, apparently 4 things I need to go to. I see a question mark in there. Those is to make me go back to the priest. And then there's another question mark tucked away in here.
Hello there. Can I get you something?
Good to see things are the same as always around here.
Yep. No news is good news. Had any more thoughts on how you like the city, by the way?
We were talking about that?
I think so, but I could be wrong. Anyway, how you been finding it? Well, not exactly conclusive, but it'll have to do. Anyway, here. Little something for the savior of the city.
Whoa, what's this?
Few spices grown right here in Sepul, and a dash of inspiration.
Alright, it's good.
You like it? Didn't want it to be too sweet, you know. Wanted it to have a little bite. What do you think? A new drink for a new Sepul?
Hell yeah, keep 'em coming.
Guess what I've called it? The Fray.
You're serious? Oh, come on, you knew I'd hate that.
Okay, now the random lore piece that I don't need.
The Fray. Now that is priceless.
Yeah, very funny.
You know, imagine toiling away all day, desperate to quench your thirst with a delicious glass of Newark street criminal.
If you don't get over this, and fast, we're gonna have a problem.
Come again, eh?
I guess I'll hit up this detour here.
Frey! What a coincidence meeting you here! Hey, have you noticed the square looking tidier lately?
Actually, I have. You been helping out?
Yeah. I saw how much you were doing for the city, and I thought I'd better start doing my bit. Hey, since you're here, can I maybe show you around a little more?
Oh, I think I know the place pretty well by now. Thanks.
I'll bet you don't know how to find all the people who want to thank you for everything you've done, and they'll all be very happy to see you.
Do we really have to waste our time on this nonsense?
Not sure you're right about them being happy, but...
Oh, that's a shame.
I guess in order to do this one, I have to go through the tour again.
Change your mind. Yes. All right. Follow me.
So I know there's a mini game with this that I have to finish. Also, I guess I think Sepul Reborn.
This area was a total mess, but things are
Might be another trophy.
We're a little low on raw materials, since we still can't go outside the city. But there's no shortage of people willing to help out. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm not the only one who was inspired by that speech you gave at the archives.
You gave a speech, and I missed it? No, that's just typical.
Yeah, you can forget you ever heard that. Thanks.
I'm the mighty Tanta Syla. You'll never defeat me. I am Frey, the Invincible, the Tanta-slaying hero. Prepare to lose. It's Frey, the real Frey. Will you play with us?
Maybe later. I'm kind of busy right now.
All right, but that's a promise. And you have to play with us too, Pilo.
Huh? Me? Fine. But I get to be Frey, okay? Let's head for the pasture next. There's something I want to show you.
What is it?
You'll just have to wait and see.
He really has no idea how annoying he is, does he?
Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to grab that other question mark while I'm over there.
So glad you guys are all okay.
Stop that! You've already eaten! So greedy.
You've been looking after him?
Well, there was nobody else to do it. But never mind that. Look! She's your favorite, isn't she?
Yeah. You remembered.
Oh, I remember everything about you, Frey. I told you, no more food!
Ah, how far our painfully unpopular little malcontent has come.
You okay?
I'm fine. We'll, visit the mausoleum next.
Can I suggest that we do something else? Anything else?
I was just thinking we should head there.
Yeah, okay, good. Nobody cares what I say. Fine. Yeah, fine.
Great. Come on.
I guess it won't let me go. It also might not even be available while I'm doing this.
Thank you so much for the flowers, Pilo dear, and for all your help tidying up.
Oh, it was nothing. Somebody had to do it, right? Anyway, don't mind me.
Well, if it isn't Frey herself.
Frey, thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Look,
Just accept it, all right? I want to thank you for all you've done.
Ugh, fawning hangers-on. Disgusting.
We owe you everything, Frey. Everything.
You're welcome.
All right, where to next?
Oh, excuse me, I hate to bother you, but well, I don't have enough food for my cat.
You don't? Oh, I suppose she does have a few new mouths to feed.
Pilo dear, I was rather hoping to find some lovely flowers to leave at the mausoleum.
There you are, Pilo. The bench down at the dump is broken.
Wait a moment! So, hang on! What you all need again?
You want some help?
No, it's fine. This is what I'm here for. Sorry, Frey. I'm going to have to run. I'll make it up to you next time, alright?
You think he'll be able to manage all of that?
Food for a cat, some lovely flowers, and fixing a bench, was it? I think he'll survive.
Nah, we should give him a hand.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
Guess I gotta do all 3 of those.
Can't believe I missed out on today's rations.
Wonder if we can find some cat owners with food to spare.
I doubt the people of the lower city have very much of anything to spare.
Okay, so we hit the upper city.
Well, I'm not sure how much generosity we'll meet with there.
We don't know if we don't try. Let's go.
I guess I can only do 1 at a time.
Not exactly peaceful here, is it?
I'm used to it.
Ah, yes, you're from a filthy, noisy, awful place too.
Hey, could I ask a favor?
Well, if it isn't Frey herself. Come to pet my little darling, have you?
Not today. I was wondering if she might be able to spare some food for a friend. Guy I know has a cat who could really use some.
Gosh, sounds like quite a pickle. 1 minute. There you go.
Wow, this is tons. Thanks.
No, not at all. I'm sure you'd do the same for me.
Got food for the cat.
Cat people are good people.
Vacuous nonsense.
Here, you need some cat food, right?
Wow, that's loads. Thanks so much.
Don't thank me. It was the guy in the upper city. The one who likes to sit out on the street with his cat. You know him?
Of course. I'll have to go and say thank you.
You do that. Just get back to your kittens first.
Ooh, I almost forgot. All right, say thanks to Pilo too.
Okay, I gotta do all three.
So, what kind of flowers you need?
Oh, I'm ever so sorry to have to bother you with this, Frey. But, well, it's been a struggle putting together a nice garland of anything lately. It would be wonderful if you could bring back anything you happen to find outside town.
No problem. I'm on it.
Thanks ever so much, dear. These are the 3 sorts of flowers I'm looking for. Let me know if you manage to find any, won't you?
Go to the pasture gate, go and look for flowers outside Sepal. And I can grab that other question mark on the way out.
Okay, can you try keep the chat to a minimum while we're in Sepal?
It's a little late to start worrying about people finding you strange, you know.
Guess I better figure out how to force you to shut up.
Lady Frey, I found another knife for you. It is not the same one, but I hope it will make a suitable replacement. You wanted a knife, did you not? Please, you need not stand on ceremony. You are our hero, and what you want, you must have.
Just a knife. Okay, a random lore point.
Throw that away, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna hang on to it. There's probably other kids like Elif around. Other orphans. Can't let myself forget that. Ever. All set?
Is way off in the middle of nowhere.
All right, let's do this.
Can't time me down. Can't time me down.
As I should have expected some of the detours to make me go out of town, but I just didn't think of how they would do it.
All right.
Let's not get too full of ourselves.
Might as well pocket this. Nearly there, right?
Yes, very nearly.
Bunch of enemies there.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Bullseye.
Okay. That.
Incoming.
Your skills are coming along.
Guess so, huh?
Easy enough. Got some of the flowers. At least it seems like they're all centered around here. It's not making me like go way off in the middle of nowhere to find each one.
I think that's all the flowers the lady asked for, right? Let's go give her the good news. Hey, I brought you some flowers. This is the kind of thing you had in mind?
Dear. Oh, you didn't have to go to all that trouble, honestly.
Ah, it was nothing.
Oh, now I can make a lovely garland to take up to the mausoleum. I mustn't forget to thank young Pilo too when I see him. He said he'd try and find some for me as well.
Last one.
Frey! Hello!
Hey, kid. You said some bench was broken?
It is! The metal thingies that hold it together all snapped.
Rusted away, huh? Guess we'll need to find some new ones.
Aren't raw materials something of a rarity at the moment?
They sure are. Thanks to a certain somebody.
You might be able to find something suitable in Praenost, I suppose.
Cool. Let's go see what we can rustle up.
Gonna make me travel all the way out there to find a part for a bench. And apparently I'll have to clear out a town to get it. I mean, I guess this is the one that I could have randomly cleared out by accident,
Wow,
but
that was quick.
it's only one extra spot, which is not the worst. And it's in the easiest area, so it's gonna be super easy.
No. This should be easy enough.
Only that were true of every battle.
Judgment time! Right in the sweet spot. Ah!
Trying to figure out where that bird went, but I guess I got it.
Yup.
I don't like the look of this. I'd say now's the time to strike.
No shit. Too spicy for ya? Huh. Okay. Gotcha.
It says they're vulnerable to that.
You might want to run. And we're back.
That seems to have the desired effect.
Good. Because it tasted like crap. Yup. Alright, time for some surgical striking.
This should be good.
And I got him.
This should come in handy. This one looks promising, I think.
I think that'll do it, yes.
Nice.
Got the parts
All right,
needed.
back to Sepal.
Nice that they're not making me actually travel back.
Here, kid. This'll work, right?
Amazing! You're the best, Frey!
Ha, don't mention it. Is there somebody who could do the actual fixing for you?
I'll get my dad to do it. Oh, what about Pilo, though?
Don't worry. I'll tell him you're all good now.
Thanks! See ya!
Okay, all three done.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. So, first of all, the bench. I found some nice, strong core to... Huh?
Sorry. I kinda did everything for you. Wanted to help out, you know?
Well, heroes will be heroes, I suppose. Sorry for running off like that.
Oh, no problem. And,
They all said to say thanks to you.
Oh, I'm just trying to make myself useful. Haven't managed to do much yet, though.
Ah, don't say that. You're...
Forgive me for interrupting. I don't suppose you'd be able to spare some of that cord you have there, would you?
Our instruments have taken quite a battering, you see. And, well, all the spare string was used up in the restoration efforts, so...
Of course. It's all yours. I don't need it now anyway.
Oh, you're too kind, really. Now we'll be able to perform again at last.
What amazing! Yeah, that's
This is
perfect.
going to
So
be
much.
amazing.
Haven't managed to do much, huh? Not bad. Think I can work with this? May I have this dance?
Oh, of course. Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just the way I do. And this. You're good at this. Amazing! I won't be forgetting that in a hurry.
No need to blow smoke up my ass, but that was fun.
I feel like that was the exact same scene as earlier, but I can't remember the fine details enough.
You really do have remarkably questionable taste.
Well, he's not a total asshole for a start.
That just leaves one more detour, and then the detour unlocks the last thing I need on the steps, and then I should be done. There's no other marks around the city. I've gotten all the big trophies that I can think of. See, I think as soon as I finish up these, or this one, and do the one set of prayers on the steps, then I'm done.
But they're all a little scruffy around the edges.
Who thinks about fashion at a time?
If there's anything missing, I have no idea what it would be offhand. Because I already got all the armor, I got the 100 hotspots, got the monuments, got the photos, got the memory challenges. I haven't got the cutscene for that, so that's an easy one.
There you are.
So, you had something to tell me about my mother?
I was doing some reading about her, and I found this book.
And? Looks like all the others to me.
It's about the fall of Junoon. The writer mentions Tanta Cinta being pregnant.
Okay.
If you go and speak to them, you might be able to learn more about your past.
Wait, who wrote it?
Janesh.
Please tell me you're kidding.
I wish I was. You can take it with you.
Ganesh's diary.
Well, this is a turn up for the books. Literally.
Why Janesh, of all people? This is literally the last thing I want to do. But I can't not go and ask him now.
Speak to him in the tower. Okay, they're not making me climb the tower.
You. And how does it feel to be Sir Paul's exalted savior? People seem very pleased with you indeed. How nice of them to forget that they once doubted you, feared you, cursed your very name.
I need to ask you something. You knew Cinta had a child. Did you know it was me?
So that's what this is about. Very well. Ask what you must. How did they not see it? I knew those eyes before you were even born. They're the same as your mother's, and I despise them every bit as much.
But how come you knew and nobody else did?
As far as we were aware, no Tanta had ever been with child before. So we kept it to ourselves. Me, Robian, and a smaller number of her retinue as was possible. Though I wish now that we had not. There was a time when Cinta's love for Athia and its people was endless. Boundless. And then you began to grow inside her. Her love was compromised. And we were forsaken. No longer were her affection and dedication the sole province of her people. No. We were forced to share them with you.
That's not true. I saw her evacuating the...
Where was she when the worst of the corruption came? When terror tore through the populace like a plague? For years, it tormented me. Why did she abandon us? But when I realized who you were, I knew. She left us to die so that she could save you.
That's...
I do not expect you of all people to understand. Junoon, once a realm of boundless wonder, of love, was abandoned by its Tanta long before she lost her mind. I know nothing of such things. That old fool, Robian, might have done, I suppose.
So Cinta didn't tell you about him? That he was from another world?
As I said, I know nothing of the sort. But he must have made an impression on your mother. One significant enough to cause her to lose sight of her obligations. Are you quite done?
Not quite. Why are you telling me all of this?
Because I have no desire to owe you anything. You saved the city, and now I have given you something in return. And I will give you one last thing.
Huh?
We may not meet again. Consider this my parting gift.
A tiny key. Meaning there's probably another part to this.
What do you think this key opens?
If not something here in the city, then something back in Junoon, perhaps.
Let's go check it out.
I go through the Grove Gate to head for Junoon Castle. Is there any reason not to just like fast travel to the castle? I guess I'll see when I get to the gate. Because part of me is kind of hoping if I go to the gate.
Suppose there's not a lot to do.
Yeah, even in the lower city, only a few of the people seemed actually busy.
I suppose there's only so much work to go around.
I'm kind of hoping if I go to the gate that it'll fast travel me to where I need to go, but I also doubt it. Also, it is a little bit weird that I had to wait this long just for some gates to open.
That, or you've grown too big for your boots already?
Sometimes I wish you had a mouth so I could just jam my fist into it.
Okay, so it is quite far away. There is definitely a closer spot, and it looks like this is about as close as I can get.
We're here.
That really was miraculously fast. Gosh, look at you go.
I know, right? Zero cheese.
There's nothing here. Well, not left at least. I'd save your sympathy. There are far too many of these places to mope about every last one.
Don't tell me that's another storm just over this area. Okay, at least it's like a scripted one.
Right on the money. Whoa. My ace in the hole.
Boy. Was that really it?
That's them dealt with. Let's take a look inside the castle. What the f... Mom? Where are you going?
I'd say she wants you to follow her.
Okay, let's see, don't make me actually climb up the ladder.
What's this box? Oh. There's a keyhole here.
I suppose this must be what that key was for.
Hey, is this... She's gone. music box. This song. Cinta's lullaby. What's this? All these years, I never knew.
Why are you crying, Alfred? But I expect you've done a lot of crying, haven't you? I'm so sorry. I've wanted to do this for so long. I love you. I love you so much.
I'll keep Athia safe, Mom. I promise.
Okay, got a diary. Music box. And the trophy. So that leaves...
There's a couple of places I want to go check out.
Are there now? Why, if you don't mind me asking?
Was thinking I might learn something if I put my skills to the test.
I don't know. What it's telling me to go to, but guess I'll find out.
Why are we here again?
Please tell me you're joking. This is one of the places you wanted to visit?
Yeah. I'm still not good enough at this magic shit to get rid of the break. Figured maybe I could go over some old memories. Try to learn from them.
I'm really not sure what that would achieve. And why would you test your little theory here, of all places?
This is where it all started. And we're doing this, by the way, whether you like it or not.
Fight the dragon. Welcome to Vision once Junon Castletown. Frame must face the Great Black Dragon all over again. Defeat the boss within the time limit.
Oh, fuck! What now?
Well, for starters, I think we should run.
Too late for that.
Okay, I gotta say I didn't expect this.
Yeah, okay. What the hell do I do here?
Fighting might be an idea.
That's not a good thing, is it?
Probably not. You might want to find some cover. Fast.
Shit! Oh, fuck!
I will say I hope they're not going to make me redo every fight before I can finish the game.
Okay, this is bad. Very bad.
Take cover! That's it! Show that beast what it means to mess with a vamp race! You alright?
He's alright as it can be. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Especially because I'm way overpowered for these fights now.
What? How does that thing not even have a scratch?
Doesn't look like we'll have much cover here. Let's hope the dragon friend doesn't succumb to the urge to blast us with its beam of death again.
Ugh, I just can't catch a break. Bullseye! What the fuck? Where'd it go?
Far, far away.
Got you on your toes now.
Fred, you need to get directly in front of it now.
What? Are you trying to get me killed?
It has a blind spot. Trust me.
There it is. Ah, where is it?
Above you. Look out.
Ah.
And I got him again.
You know there's nowhere to run, don't you?
Fuck.
Any bright ideas?
Yeah. Make this fucker let go.
But you'll die if you fall from up here.
I'm gonna die anyway, asshole.
Oh, this is exciting. Are you all right?
I think so.
Well, that went better than expected.
Better than you
Okay.
expected, maybe.
Yes. Very well done.
I don't really see the point of making me go through every cutscene again, because it feels like it defeats the purpose of having a challenge.
Let's move.
New flashback has been unlocked, you can play through whenever you like. Okay, it's making me go to every major boss fight again. I don't know if that's required. I'm going to hold off on doing that until I check the last trophy spot that I know of. Because I don't really want to redo all the boss fights.
We're here.
except with me being stronger.
Miraculously fast.
So if I go to do the 4 prayer spots,
I'm home.
I suppose we better ask around and see what's new.
Yeah,
and it
where does
doesn't
everybody hang out again?
pop the platinum, then I'll assume I need to finish up this detour. If the platinum pops, that'll be where I call it.
Nice day, huh?
When did you two become best friends?
When you were too busy to notice, clearly. Olivia, ever since I met you, it's lonely without her, huh? Don't think I'll ever get over losing her, but it's nice to have someone to share that with. Hanging out here with you helped me realize that. Wait, the penlight.
The trinket you gave the child?
Yeah, I used to use it to play a game with Homer.
Ah, normal service has resumed, I see.
Shut up.
Okay. There is another detour there. Again, I don't know what in town is all required offhand.
There are many places for criminals to hide in a town this small.
Yeah, not much in the way of crowds to slip into either.
All in all, not the best place to exercise one's villainous urges.
Like, some of the things I know offhand are like the dance minigame and getting all the statues.
I know how capable you are, Frey. You're a better fighter than any of us.
This is a weirdly long load time. I feel like the game may have crashed. Maybe I just be right back and reload the game, because it should have auto-saved relatively recently. Okay, back. Also, I decided to take a peek at what trophies I actually have left. So there is one that I didn't know about.
What were we doing again? Get your act together, will you?
But it is very much easy to do. apparently the dancing mini game that I did before was not the one I needed for the trophy. And the one that's now showing up is actually the one I need for the trophy.
Hello there. Well, if it isn't everybody's hero, an honor as always. Can I help you with something? Pretty well, thanks to you. I've been thinking about what I can do to help, but maybe I should just get out there and start helping, like you did. Well, if it isn't everybody's hero, an honor as always. Can I help you with something? Great idea.
Okay.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. I suppose you can't be good at everything.
Okay, so they did
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad
at least speed it up.
that was priceless.
And they did speed it up pretty drastically. Like, first it felt like I could wait like 10 seconds and not do anything, and I would still be safe, but now it feels like it's less than 2 seconds for some of those later sections.
Watch and learn.
It still starts off slow though.
Like this. And this. Just like that. And this. Very nice.
I missed that same square.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though.
So I don't know if the X that pops up is like a sign that I messed up or if that's gonna be the next prompt.
Great idea. Watch and learn.
It does seem like all the prompts are in the same order every time.
Like this. And this. Just like that. And this.
I hit the wrong button.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I thought that was the square one that was tripping me up, but I think that's the next one.
Great idea.
Well, at least it's a good thing I didn't go back and redo every boss fight, because there's no reason to.
Watch and learn. this. And this. Just the right. And this. Very nice. Amazing! I won't be forgetting that in a hurry.
No need to blow smoke up my ass, but that was fun.
Okay. Those last few came in all rapid fire. But that should be another trophy.
Well, if it isn't, can I help you with something?
I mean, it's supposed to be.
Pretty well, but maybe. Come again.
Do I need to just keep going until it stops?
If it isn't, can I help you with something? Great idea.
Okay, finale. I mean, I guess.
Watch and learn.
I hit the wrong button immediately.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
Great idea. Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just the right.
Without circle.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad.
I think they did mix up the order a bit for this one compared to the prior one. Because I think prior one that would have been a triangle, and that's what I was going for. Because I knew it was going to get faster.
Great idea. Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just the right.
Those get real
I
fast.
suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I wish it was easier to reset it. Like, I mean, it's not too much to have to wait till that goes and then hit triangle, but I wish I could just say pause and restart. Yeah, it's pretty much just a memory game of like Simon Says type. Because the order is exactly the same, I just have to figure out what the order is.
Watch and learn.
Hit circle.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I will say this is a weird thing to make for one of the requirements. Granted, it is also kind of the only mini game in the game.
Great idea.
But also having to do it 4 separate times is a bit weird. Once for story, once for post-credits, once just for fun, and then the actual one for the trophy.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like
Didn't expect to go back to circle.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though.
I'm like 2 notes from winning.
great idea.
I'm guessing the last one is either going to be a triangle or an X, but based on that, it seems like it could be any of the 3. I just kind of have to hope that it's one I can hit in time. Because I was kind of banking on the last 2 being triangle X.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like
And it was square.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so
I feel like that was the last note.
That was priceless.
Great idea.
So I know what buttons I need to be over. Unless there's more notes, but I don't think there is. I think that last square is the last one. And if I get that one, then I get a trophy.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like
Apparently it wasn't the last one, there's an X in there.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
Circle, square, X. And if there's any other notes, I'm banking on it being triangle, but I hope there's not. Because I threw extra squares and circles at me.
watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like you're good at this.
And I got it. They added more
I
notes.
suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
Or I don't know if they added more notes, but I thought that triangle was definitely going to be the last one.
Great idea. Watch and learn. Just the right. You're good at this. Very nice. And this. I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That
I got called immediately as it started speeding up. So I think I have to go AFK for a few minutes, and I'm gonna run like 3 minutes of ads. Welcome back. Okay, so this last fast section is longer than I thought.
Great idea.
And I don't remember what note I got stuck on. I think it was a triangle when they were doing a spin, and that's all I remember.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that.
I did triangle first.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I forgot the order there. But now I should have it.
Great idea.
At least have it to get to the point where I stopped on before.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. You're good at this. Very nice. And this. I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
That was definitely like the sound I remember from the very end. But probably like, again, another 2 or 3 notes. I just assumed it was much shorter.
Great idea.
I should have probably not done because I had just done it. I just kind of forgot the background music. So it feels like it really speeds up for that one section, then it kind of slows down. But that might just be me getting used to it in the moment. I push circle.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I am curious of one thing, but I don't know if I'm actually going to do it. Maybe honestly, I was slightly curious if there was an option to skip minigames, because that is frequently one that's added. I wasn't actually going to use it, but I wanted to see if it was an option.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told
That makes up the order there.
I'm so glad you did, though. That
I wasn't counting how many times I did the circle and square.
Great idea.
Will say, didn't expect dancing minigame to be the thing that trips me up at the last possible moment.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. You're good at this. Very nice. And this.
wasn't quick enough.
I suppose you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
Yeah, when they go in for the spin, gotta be ready for circle. Which, I mean, matches up.
Great idea. Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. You're good at this. Very nice. And this.
Hey, it's X
I
after the
suppose
circle.
you can't be good at everything.
I told you, I don't dance.
I'm so glad you did, though. That was priceless.
I'm guessing it goes around the keypad because the prior one went around the other way.
Great idea.
So it could be X square and then it'll finish out in a triangle.
Watch and learn. Like this. And this. Just like that. You're good at this. Very nice. And this. You did very well, Frey. But I expected no less of a hero.
Okay, got it. And my call was right.
What's that gotta do with dancing, anyway?
And I got that one.
Come again, eh?
So, last trophy. And this is an easy one. I just had to do another thing first. There is also another question mark. Maybe I'll do that first, since I have been pretty thorough on those. I'm not going to do the boss rematches because there's no point, and also they're very time consuming because they make me go over all the cutscenes again. Granted, I probably can skip them, I just didn't try on the dragon.
It's certainly very different from the lower city up here.
Why, though? What's so special about this part of town?
These days, that it offers just that little extra distance from the break.
Okay, so one more optional dialogue in the tower.
You're not going to thank him, are you?
No.
So, what exactly are you doing?
Just shut it, alright? sell Sepal souvenirs somewhere?
And who, pray tell, would buy them if they did?
Shit, what the hell happened here?
Whatever it was, it seems our friend's no longer here.
Damn.
The former councilman. He escaped. We heard something and came as fast as we could, but he was already gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Good question. He would have had to have left town, but...
Before you suggest it, there's no point looking for him. You're the last person he'll give himself up to.
Do you think he was ever really loyal to my mom?
Faith undermined by perceived abandonment, sadness turned to hate. His stated motives are certainly plausible.
Yeah. I think I might even know how he feels.
So I feel like there's more to that, but I'm not gonna worry about it, because I don't know, I didn't see anything. Like, I'm sure I could find a place that gives me like a lore thing to continue his story, but I think I'm good.
The people seemed actually busy.
I suppose there's always...
So let's grab the last trophy.
You were watching over me the whole time. But I'm okay now. Promise. Rest in peace, Mom.
And I got it. And there it is. Okay, so that is the Platinum Trophy for Forspoken. I'll probably play the DLC. I know it releases in the summer, but eventually when it comes out. I will say, I guess, final thoughts on the game while I look for somebody to raid. I think if I had just played through the story, I would have generally enjoyed this more. But the fact that I had to go through and do so many extra things that felt tedious or unneeded definitely made the experience turn very kind of trivial and felt like a bit of a waste of time. Now, that being said, I will say it's nice how easy this was to platinum. There was nothing in this game that really felt... Actually, it was both a hit and miss, because on one hand, it meant that even when I got to the super bosses, it's like it felt way easier than it needed to be, even on hard mode. Which, I mean, I guess it's nice to have a very easy platinum to knock out, but I would have liked at least some kind of endgame challenge. Like, the most difficult fight in the entire game was the final boss of the story. And overall, I think the story was fine. It had some pacing issues, like the start was fine. When entering Athia for the first time was nice. But then it felt like as soon as it started getting around town, it got really slow. And then for the last like 4 chapters or so, it like ramped up speed way faster than everything else in the game, which was nice. I will say the post-game stuff was a bit underwhelming. It didn't feel like much was added. I mean, I guess the scene with the mom was okay. But that was also kind of the whole thing with, like, Chapter 11 setting up the ending. So it just kind of felt like reinforcing a thing that had already been there. And we still never found any information out about the dad, but I'm assuming that's in the DLC. And I think we're gonna go raid Garth. So, I'm happy I got the platinum out of the way. I wish it was a little bit less tedious. The game overall was fine. I think the magic system felt really nice. I will say I like this trend that some of the open world games are going, where using a spell or doing a thing with a spell is a way to level it up, like God of War Ragnarok had it. And I think that just feels really nice to reinforce a build and also give it a reason to try out more builds or more abilities. Because like a lot of these abilities I would have just completely skimmed over if the game didn't make me use them.
I'm used to it.
But
Yes, you're from a filthy, noisy,
yeah, that's the end of that playthrough, or this playthrough I should say. So that leaves my current games as Like a Dragon Ishin, which I will also probably be going for the platinum on. Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe, which I will try to go for 100%, whatever that means. Maybe not like true 100%, but like at least until I get a 100% screen. And I still gotta finish up Pokemon, which I would really like to do Wednesday, but it depends on how burnt out I am during the work week. Because I think that's been the thing setting me back, and also just I want to finish up Pokemon, but it's also not super high my priority list. But if I finish up Pokemon, I will either be swapping in Metroid Prime or Pikmin 2. Leaning towards Metroid Prime because I've never played it, but Pikmin might be a really nice change of pace. That being said, Saturdays are going to be for Ishin for a while, and Kirby might be Sunday. And go say hi to Garth, and bye-bye.